Ready? 1, 2, 3. It's December 17th, 2019. I'm standing in a Colorado Springs courtroom in front of a judge who holds the next decade of my life. That monster of more caused me to stumble, fall short, bend the rules. I wanted to get back to my true self, but thought that required grand gestures, year-long programs, dramatic makeovers, life-changing retreats. But those big fixes, they often overwhelm us, stall, or never even start. True change lives in micro gifts, tiny intentional acts that reconnect us and starve the monster of more. Micro describes the step, brief, specific, within reach, and its impact is anything but small. To make them simple to practice, I use one acronym, CON. CON outlines 3 micro gifts. The first micro gift, C, champion a dream. The second micro gift, O, offer a moment of grace. The third micro gift, N, nurture the next gift, champion, offer, nurture, it overpowers that monster. And volunteering at the detention center, sometimes up to 10 hours a week, isn't just about serving youth. It keeps me grounded. And it's a living
coming back down. I got a good feeling. Yeah. Yeah, I'm up on the cloud, ain't coming back down.
Feel it in my bones, gotta shake it out. I'm going harder than before, let me hear you shout. I run around the whole world, chasing that thrill. From the bottom to the top, I finna knock it out. I'm about to blow, ready on the go. Steady shining brighter than I ever did before. When I'm up in the clouds, and I ain't coming down. No, I ain't coming down. Oh no, I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now. Come on and move to the sound. And keep it going, and turn it up loud.
I got a good feeling. Yeah, yeah, I'm up on the cloud, ain't coming back down. I got a good feeling. Yeah. Yeah, I'm up on the cloud, ain't coming back down.
Starting at the tip of my toes, feel it in my head and my clothes. Oh Lord, ain't nothing holding me back, so I don't gotta heal the smack. No more, play it loud when I walk in the door. I got the pedal pushed down to the floor, and about to bring it home. Yeah, it's time to let 'em know. Yeah, it's time to let 'em know. So let's go. I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now. Come on and move to the sound, and keep it going, and turn it up loud.
I got a good feeling. Yeah, yeah, I'm up on the cloud, ain't coming back down. I got a good feeling. Yeah. Yeah, I'm up on the cloud, ain't coming back down. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Get that good feeling.
Tell me, is the color of midnight different than the color of sun? Is a bottomless ocean deeper than the heavens above? No matter what's in front of me, I'll keep fighting till I've won. Yeah, who's gonna stop me? The fire is in me now. Come and get it from me. 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 I'm a lion on the field of lambs. You better get out while you can. I'm taking over, don't you understand? 'Cause you were looking at a bad man. Tell me, is the color of midnight different than the color of sun? Is a bottomless ocean deeper than the heavens above? No matter what's in front of me, I'll keep fighting till I've won. Yeah, who's gonna stop me? The fire is in me now. Come and get it from me. 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 Turn it up loud, never gonna catch me now. Turn it up loud, never gonna catch me now. Turn it up loud, never gonna catch me now. Turn it up loud, never gonna catch me now. Come and get it from me. 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 I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did it again. Can't satisfy hunger inside to thrive. I put in the time. Like a fine wine, I put in the time. Every day more beautiful than the one I left behind. Ain't got time to sit and cry. Gonna fall before I fly, but don't rise. Give me the whole damn elephant in one bite. License to hunt and kill, yeah, this is your invite. You keeping up with me, you're 9 to 5, that sounds nice. I'm 10 to 10 while you sleep, I run the whole night. I put in the time, I do the work, one step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I put in the time, I put in the time. Sunset, sunrise, I did decide to thrive. I put in the time. Move a mountain, gotta do the work. You wanna move a mountain, then you gotta get into some dirt. Push through the pain and hurt, don't let it break you first now. You tryna run a rocket straight to the sun. Gonna burn, baby, burn. Too green, too young. Gotta put in the time, I sweat and carry that cross. Have you been to hell and back? Do you know just what it costs? I put in the time, I do the work. One step ahead, never reverse. Blessed and I'm cursed, that's right, 'cause I chasing it, saying, ooh, I was made for this. Ooh, I know one always did. Ooh, it takes a little grit to keep a tongue inside a pair of burning lips. And ooh, now after all I've waited, I'm so close I can taste it. I can't wait, I can't wait. I'm so close I can taste it. I can't wait, I can taste it. I'm so close I can taste it. I'm so close I can taste it. This one chance I ain't wasted. I'm so close I can taste it. I can't wait, I can't wait. I'm so close I can taste it. I can't wait, I can taste it. I'm so close I can taste it. I can feel the weight. Yeah, I can feel the weight of the world. I can feel the pressure. Yeah, I know the pain and the hurt. I've been climbing up all these mountains for so long, and I've been building up all these kingdoms for so long. I will not run when destiny comes. I dip in my hand and go. It's good to be king. It's good to be king. The crown is getting heavy, but they've written my name in the stars. For diamonds and castles, I've dealt blood and greed and scars. Oh yeah, I've been climbing up all these mountains for so long, and I've been building up all these kingdoms for so long. I will not run when destiny comes. I dip in my hand and go. It's
You're going to help me with that. No, not me, but somebody. You're not Annie. No, there you go. Okay. But I want it, obviously.
Yeah, it'll go on the back or down your, if you're wearing a coat, it's going in there.
I have a sweater, but it'll be hard to get in there.
Yeah, you just drop it down the sweater and then put it in your back pocket.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to practice walking up here so I don't trip. I can see all this stuff that I'm going to get on there. How much time wait before I start? Couple beats? Okay. Reset myself. I should do my no. November 6, 2024 is a day I won't forget. It was a day after the United States presidential election. I woke up early, turned on the TV, opened the newspaper, and I was horrified. The result was not what I had expected or hoped for. Well, I've had that when I've been practicing. My wife's out in the backyard and I hear and I thought, you know, this is hard to talk while someone's doing that. This is good to see if I can not be distracted. I immediately had this knot in my stomach. It was a horrible feeling. feeling of anger, fear, frustration. I just didn't know what was going on. Unfortunately, over the next days and weeks, it didn't get any better. In fact, it got worse. And I knew pretty quickly that this wasn't going to be the way that I could live for the next 4 years. It just wasn't going to be healthy for me to be this way. But I really didn't know what to do. And so as often happens in my life, when I set an intention or have an idea that I need to work on, I keep an eye out for things that come past my horizon that perhaps that can be useful. And sure enough, somebody recommended that I read the book Infectious Generosity, written by Chris Anderson, who happens to run TED Talks. And after reading that book, I was inspired. I was inspired by the stories of people in our country and around the world that are doing such wonderful, kind, and generous things. I was inspired by the idea that perhaps promoting a sense of kindness and generosity could be something that could help our divisiveness in our country, could help overcome the divisions that we have, bring us back together as a society. Was that to? Oh, okay. I thought maybe keep my head up, keep my voice up. Yeah, I know my voice is a little hoarse, and so obviously you'll adjust to that to get the level you want. And I was inspired to start to figure out what this meant for me, personally, and perhaps for my community. Now, see, I was trained as a trial lawyer, and I can tell you that I didn't have any courses in law school about how to be a kind lawyer. That just wasn't the way we were trained. We were trained to be aggressive. We were trained to advocate fully for our clients. That's kind of how I operated in my life. I also did a lot of projects in my community. And reflecting back on those projects, I now realize that perhaps I was more concerned about getting the projects done than I was on the relationships, on the kindness piece. And I'm sorry about that. I think I should have been more aware of that. But I'm beginning to learn a little bit more about how can I incorporate this into my life. So one day I'm on the river, and I fish almost 3 days a week, all year long. I love to fish. And I'm on the river, and I'm not catching any fish. So I look downriver, and there's a guy catching a lot of fish. So I walk behind him. I'm going to find a new spot. And I ask him, I said, what are you using? And he tells me, an RS2 and a pheasant tail. I said, great. And then he said something that really surprised me. He said, why don't you come on in and take this spot? And I did. And I caught some fish, and I was happy. What it made me realize, though, is that perhaps I could change my mindset from being one of protecting my own spot, which is what most fishermen do. We're kind of protective. Don't come into my spot. This is my hole. Give people the eye. But I realized I didn't need to do that. And that perhaps if I could change my mindset on the river, I could change my mindset for other things as well. I also had an experience this spring in Albania. We were there with some friends, and we're at breakfast. And our breakfast sandwiches had toothpicks that had hearts on them. And I'm fiddling with the toothpicks, and the hearts come off. So I ended up leaving breakfast with 6 red hearts in my pocket. And I said to my friend, I said, let's give these away and see what happens. And he said, sure. So we walked up to a gentleman who was sitting on a box on the side of the street. I don't think it was a homeless gentleman, but he was an older guy. Didn't look very happy. We walked up to him and he said, good morning in Albania. And I handed him a red heart. And he wasn't quite sure what was going on here, and I certainly understand that. And I opened it, and he looked, and he took the red heart. And he smiled. And we did that 6 more times. And everybody had the same reaction. They smiled. What it made me realize is that doing acts of kindness isn't hard. Maybe it takes a little bit of courage, maybe some creativity, but you can do it any place, any time, and it's free. And it really gave me a different approach and a different attitude of how I could incorporate this into my life. Now, I wanted to dig a little deeper. So I did some research, and you may know there's a lot of research out there about kindness and generosity. Number of universities, both in our country and around the world, University of British Columbia, Emory University, they've researched something that they call the helping high. And the helping high is a reaction that you have when you do repetitive acts of kindness that produce neurochemicals such as endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. And all of these chemicals are found to create a positive, uplifting feeling. And they've compared it to something called the runner's high. Now, the runner's high I was very familiar with. I was a competitive athlete for over 30 years. Anyway, so we've done a number of other projects that we can try to do to bring our community together. We're looking at doing Be Kind banners on our streets. We're going to have a kindness rock painting party in a couple weeks. So we're trying to continue this effort over a number
question your lies, 'cause this can only.
Test, 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 test. Needs to go down. The other speakers need to go down a little bit, not ours. Oh, okay. Test, test, test. I'm a speaker. Okay. So you're controlling with the headphone thing?
Yeah, so.
What number is it?
Speakers are 4.
Okay.
Hello. Welcome. You know, my favorite thing in the world is to have a mic. Where? Put it like that? I have lifesavers. Or bubble gum. Bubble gum. You want that over a lifesaver?
Yes.
Can
I need to get all the food out of my teeth.
Oh yeah. Did I heard the music started working out there. Does that mean people can hear me right now? Hey, everybody getting drinks. Mic test, mic test. Mickey test, Mickey test.
Can everybody out there hear me? Welcome to TEDx Manitou Springs, everyone. Now I'm getting some stares. Hey everyone, we are going to get started in 3 minutes. So start making your way to your seat, get your drinks, get your food, and we're going to get started here in 3 minutes with our founder and organizer, Mickey Gates. So 3 minutes.
Dear mama, something's wrong. It's cold for a summer night. I feel there's something.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Let's go old school, clap 3 times if you can hear me. Clap 5 times if it works. Clap 5 times if you can hear me. And I think turn up the volume just a little bit, I'm hearing in the back. Yeah, I take cues really well. Yeah. Keep going, keep going. Hey guys, let me know. Good? Better? Best? Okay, got some amazing. Hi everybody, welcome to TEDx Manitou Springs. My name's Mickey Gates. I'm the founder of TEDx Manitou Springs, and I'm so excited you're here. This is our first ever salon event, which means we're really intimate, as you're all feeling right now with this heat. And so we've opened the doors just a little bit. Once we get through the speakers' actual talks, and then we take our intermission and have a cake break and come back for the Q&A, we'll open them up even more. But one of the things about TEDx is that we have 2 events going at the same time. We have this live event with all of you, and then you see our cameras around the room. We're recording these to be posted on TED and TEDx and YouTube channels. And so we have this delicate balance of making sure that the audio and the visual are good when the speakers are talking. So I'm going to go through a little bit about what TEDx Manitou Springs is, a couple of rules for tonight, and then I'm going to pass it off. So the first thing that I love to ask at every event is, raise your hand if this is your first event. Holy cow, no, not him, yes, wow. What about your second event? Couple of you, awesome, thanks for coming back. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, hey. So you see there are people that keep coming back. We think we have something special here, and we are so excited you're here, and we hope that we see your faces again at future events. Okay, one more hand-raising question. How many of you that this is your first time are like, why is it TEDx Manitou Springs, but it's in Colorado Springs? One, two, just a few of you. A couple of reasons. The first one is that I can say this because I live in Manitou and I love it, is parking. Anybody that lives in Manitou knows that it's a little bit challenging to find parking, but it's actually beyond that. We love Manitou and we have some ideas for some future venues, but with the AV capabilities that we need for TED events, the places that we've hosted events in the past in Manitou haven't quite worked, and we want to give our speakers really quality video and sound. But stay tuned because we think we have some cool Manitou Springs venues coming up for our next events. Boop, boop. One more thing that we talked about this being a salon style event, so it's small and intimate. We are going to give you a chance to spread out after the speakers have talked. We have an amazing lineup today of 3 speakers, all of them local to Colorado. So those 3 speakers will come up, and then we're gonna have about a 15 to 20 minute break for you to refresh your drinks, order some food if you haven't been to Ivy Wild before. Upstairs, there are a bunch of different venues where you can order all different kinds of food. And then we also have a cake break. Free cake in the room behind you and free gluten-free cupcakes. It's one of our favorite things besides the speakers. So we'll get you we'll give you a chance to get those drinks and get some cake. Then we'll come back and have a Q&A with our MC and all the speakers, 25, 30 minutes. Then our after party is here. So we hope that you'll stick around and enjoy the after party with us. So a couple of rules before we invite Jody to come on stage, who is the one who's hosting us here at this lovely venue. First one is, I would love for all of you to take out your phones, please. Take out those phones. Turn on the camera. Take a picture of me. And then turn them to silent, please, because you do not want to be the person that your phone goes off when your friend is giving their TEDx talk, right? So turn it to silent. Feel free to post the picture of me and hashtag TEDx Manitou Springs as well. The second thing for you to know is bathrooms, very important. There are a couple of bathrooms just through this entryway and over to the side. There are lots of bathrooms if you go up the stairs to the main level. So when we're at intermission, if those 2 doors are already in use, just go up. There's full bathrooms with like 5 or 6 or 8 stalls. So plenty of bathrooms for everybody. You can go up there when you're getting your drinks and your food. One thing that we ask is please do not get up to use the bathroom when a speaker is on stage. If I'm on stage or if Michael, our MC, is on stage, this is your chance to get up and move to the back. But if a speaker is on stage, there's a camera right there. You will be in their permanent TEDx talk. Their talks are about 10 minutes, so I think you'll be okay, but just keep that in mind. And I think that's all that I have for you. You guys excited? Woo! I'm excited too. I'm going to bring Jody up on the stage. She's just going to tell you a little bit about this venue, and they have donated this space to us, so we want to give them a huge celebration.
How's everybody doing tonight? So is it your first time here in Ivy Wild School? A few of you. So we love this space. It's been a hallmark of this community for over 100 years. And when the school was decommissioned by District 11 in 2011, a couple of restaurateurs decided we don't want to see this space sit empty, become a blight on the community, or heaven forbid this historic building get torn down. So they turned it into this food hall community gathering space where we've been lucky enough to have our whiskey house since 2016. We conceive of this space as a place to gather. It's not just about drinking, it's more about the people we drink with. We want everyone to think of Axe in the Oak as a place that you can come and spend time with friends, loved ones, meet new people, gather with people you already know, and just enjoy some time together. And in that vein, we are happy to host TEDx Manitou Springs. We also do have this space available for other gatherings. We are currently not charging for this space through the end of the year for gatherings. So if you have 25, 30 people or more, not too large of a crowd, there is a limit here. We would love to host you in our space. We do also have our regular bar service Tuesday through Saturday. If you haven't joined us, please come and visit with us sometime. Happy hour till 6 every day that we're open, including Saturdays. So with that, I'll get out of the way because you're not here for me. We hope you'll enjoy your time with us. Thanks, guys.
I thought of two more things while Jody was talking. I saw several of you order the TEDx drink called the Red Dot. If you haven't gotten that yet, when you go to intermission, check it out. It's strawberry gin, basil infusion, and some lemon juice. All the volunteers tried it. You're welcome. And it was really good. There's also a non-alcoholic version if you prefer something non-alcoholic. And then the last thing before I introduce our MC is I touched on, we have two kind of events happening. We have the live event and then our recording. The live event is super important, of course, that you guys are here, but these talks that we're recording are going to live forever on the internet. And so we've coached our speakers that if they're standing on this dot and they forget what they're supposed to say, which does happen, that we as an audience cheer them on. We celebrate them, we help them get back to that place again and get back into their talk. So if that happens, we want screaming and cheering and encouragement for our speakers. They'll come back to just like a standing space so that the recording can be edited so nobody knows except for us that happened. But we just ask you to encourage them and be so excited for them to be standing on this red dot because it is a really big deal. With that, I am going to introduce our amazing 2 times TEDx speaker, head speaker coach, and curator, Michael Ashford.
Welcome, TEDx Manitou Springers. Is that what we're calling you? You all are part of the community and the family here at TEDx Manitou Springs. Thank you so much for coming tonight and packing this place. This is incredible. When we first conceived of wanting to do a salon event like this is exactly what we were hoping for. So thank you for showing up and showing out here tonight. Before I introduce our first speaker, I do want to give a little bit of a background into the theme that we chose for tonight, Small Acts, Big Impact. I think we can all agree things are a little crazy in our world right now, right? And it can be very easy for us to fixate or focus on things that are happening miles away or that are out of our control. Well, several months ago, as we were planning this event, we were thinking about themes. I came across Stephen Covey's Circle of Concern, Influence, and Control, Influence, and Concern. Has anybody read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People? Yeah. It's from that book. I haven't read that book yet, but I came across that circle of control, influence, and concern. And it just got me thinking, so much of our world is focused on, so much of the messages that we receive every day are in that outermost circle of things that we are concerned about, but that we have no control over whatsoever. We don't even have influence over them in most cases. But that's what's bombarding us every single day, is this thing that you can't control, that you can't influence, is affecting your mood, your habits, your lifestyle, all these things. And so as we started thinking about, well, how do we bring that to this stage in our event, we started thinking about that innermost circle of control. What do you have control over? Your thoughts, your actions, your reactions, how you show up in the world, your response to external stimuli, right? And that was then what has now been born into TEDx Manitou Springs, Small Acts, Big Impact. Each one of our speakers was chosen to fit that theme. This is the most on-theme set of speakers that I think we've ever had, and you all are going to be incredibly amazed and I think inspired to commit those small acts that make a big impact in not just your lives, but the lives of those around you and the lives that you care about. So that's a little bit of a backstory about why we're here tonight and why this theme event was chosen. I'm going to shut up now and bring to the stage our first speaker, Lisa Bischoff, who's going to walk you through a framework of how to think about those small acts. Lisa Bischoff, everyone.
It's December 17th, 2019. I'm standing in front of the judge in a Colorado Springs courtroom. He holds the next decade of my life in his hands. I'm there because I meticulously planned and for a short while pulled off a $600,000 jewel heist. I tracked my victims' cars with GPS units linked to burner phones, accessed their security feeds, blocked embedded trackers that might be in the jewelry, and even convinced a Denver broker they were family heirlooms. I didn't do this because I wanted diamonds. I was drowning in $100,000 of debt in my parents' name that they did not know about. All because I was trying to sustain a lifestyle. Not drugs or alcohol, mine, chasing expensive, shiny things. And this wasn't the first time. In 2007, I was a vindictive hacker with zero conscience who could and would steal your identity before you blinked. Back then, I was $1 million in debt. Debt from serving my monster of more and never asking for help. Despite all that, witnesses still showed up in that courtroom and spoke of my good deeds and community service. The judge listened, then shared his own story of betrayal. My stomach dropped. I felt the weight of every victim's pain and just extreme embarrassment for those who had just vouched for me. I braced for the verdict. And then the judge looked at me and said, "You're not a bad person, but you did a bad thing, and it's not the first time you've done a bad thing." My heart fluttered. My pulse quickened. Did he just see me for who I really am? In that instant, I felt two things: the weight and sting of my mistakes and a spark of hope. We all want to be seen and accepted, especially when we fall short. Have you ever let a mistake define your life? Have you ever wanted success so badly you lost yourself? Have you ever justified bending the rules just to get ahead? I made a vow in 3rd grade, whatever it takes. That promise was born from a childhood betrayal that left me feeling powerless. So I swore I would never be vulnerable again. But that vow fueled what I call the monster of more, an inner critic whispering, "You are not enough. You don't have enough. Your best isn't enough." That traps us behind walls of shame, fear, and rejection. Chasing that monster of more caused me to stumble, fall short, and bend the rules. I wanted to get back to my true self and thought it required grand gestures like year-long programs, life-changing retreats, dramatic makeovers. But those big fixes often, they stall, we stumble, and they never even start. True change lives in micro gifts. Tiny acts that can make a big difference, reconnect us, and help us move forward. Micro is defined as anything but small, and these acts can be anything but small. And the one way I practice these is through one acronym and one word: CON. CON outlines 3 micro gifts. The first micro gift, C, champion a dream. The second micro gift, O, offer a moment of grace. The third micro gift, N, nurture. Nurture the next step. This is the con. And this is not, I've done the shady kind of con, and that is not what this is. This is the ethical kind of con. We're about to pull the biggest legal heist of your life, stealing back your attention, your worth, and your peace from the monster of more. Let's watch con in action. C, champion looks like twice a week, I get to spend 30 minutes with youth in detention centers. I go on a Tuesday and I spend 20 minutes teaching them a new workout, and then I return on Thursday where they do a challenge based on this workout. And the youth get to earn protein shakes, Gatorades, and loud cheers. One youth, he asked me for extra workouts he could do in his cell. Another flexed and asked, are these triceps from the workouts? What else am I gonna start seeing? And one, he stopped using drugs in the facility because he wanted to be present and participate. The champion micro gift turned idle time into purpose. O, offer looks like in court. It came down to one sentence, 10 words, 30 seconds. The result? Not 12 years in prison, 30 days in jail. That micro gift of grace from the judge, being seen as more than my worst act, it changed my entire path and gave me permission to hope. The third micro gift, N, nurture, looks like each month I get to host mindset sessions for adults with special needs. One clear goal, one habit, one next step so they can see their worth in themselves. As time has gone on, they eventually staged a full public showcase without me there. Someone guided their next step and they soared. Back in that Colorado Springs courtroom, had I received 12 years, I would be serving my 6th year in prison right now. But that micro gift from the judge, a tiny moment of belief and grace, saved me from my monster of more's grip, and my story shifted. And that line from the judge, you're not a bad person, but you did a bad thing, became the pivot I chose to build a new life around. A couple years after my hearing, I got to share my story in public for the first time at a ministry gathering. And for a long time, my story owned me. Every time I met a stranger, they knew a version of me from the media, and I would get sick to my stomach. But when I chose to own my story and share it, it started and it ignited my healing. Since then, I have gone on and opened up a transformation facility with a small commercial gym. Once I hacked systems, now I get to help people. My promise is simple: we'll hack your healing together, body, spirit, and soul. On an ongoing basis, I get to champion a client's dream, offer grace when they stumble, and nurture their next step. I get to watch them shed perfectionism and find real strength. I think I'll always have to manage my monster of more. And I can do that through micro gifts: champion, offer, and nurture. And when I practice those, it overpowers that monster. And volunteering in the youth detention centers, sometimes up to 10 hours a week, isn't just about serving youth. It keeps me grounded, and it's a living reminder that I never want to be behind bars again, unless I'm wearing a volunteer badge. So tonight, I invite you to practice giving a micro gift. And here's how you can do that. Pick 3 people and give 1 micro gift to each. 1, champion a friend's dream. Send a quick note of belief. 2, offer grace for a mistake. Say, I understand, before you judge. And 3, nurture someone's next step. Ask, what's one thing I can help with tomorrow? This is how you con the monster of more and ignite ripples that transform lives and communities. Watch for your monster in small places, like refreshing likes, chasing comments, counting compliments. If it whispers more, then answer with a micro gift. Thank you. Aw, thank you, Michael.
Pretty good, right? Pretty good. Yeah, thank you, Lisa, for kicking us off in such a powerful way. One of the things that I look for as a curator and the speaker coach here at TEDx Manitou Springs is a lot of people think to stand up on a red dot like this or like ours or any TEDx stage that you have to have some extravagant story. And certainly Lisa's story is out there. But what we look for is how do you take meaning from that story, no matter what your story is, and give us, those of us here accepting this story here tonight, and those of us who will watch for the rest of time on YouTube, how do we give them something to do with it? Ted is looking for more. I'm looking for more in terms of what can you, as the audience, take away from each one of these talks so that they don't just become another motivational talk. They don't just become something that you forget when you walk out of these doors. I think everyone is going to never hear the word con again and not think champion, offer, nurture. And I know that Lisa's talk will impact the world far beyond this room. So that's what I'm looking for as a speaker coach and a curator here at TEDx Manitou Springs. Real quickly, I want to also point out, we have a couple other TEDx Manitou Springs alumni here. We've got Jamie. And then we have Donna somewhere. Where's Donna? Where's Donna? I think Donna walked out. Oh, there you are. You were behind somebody. So, our next speaker, I'm going to get off the stage again. Our next speaker is Leah Johnson. Leah is going to walk you through a redefinition of success and what it looks like through, you guessed it, those small intentional acts. So welcome to the stage, Leah Johnson, please.
I jolted awake, lifting my head off the crunchy plastic pillow covered by a pillowcase, black and tan smudges of my makeup smearing the white fabric, my tears making a mess of someone who was supposed to have it all together. The room, it smelled of rubbing alcohol and vomit, and I tried to shield myself from the cold with just a small sheet. As the events from the night before seeped back into my memory, the most overwhelming sense of dread filled my being. What had I done? I froze with terror pumping through my veins. I was an elected official, and if anyone found out I was in rehab, my life was over. It turns out I was right. While I couldn't see it at the time, my life as I knew it was over, just in the best possible way. We all have addictions, and my life has been full of many. My greatest was my need to prove something and be the most successful ever, whatever that even means. That primary addiction and secondary addictions like alcohol defined my time in politics. My hunger to prove something almost driving me to the brink. After 2 suicide attempts, though, I knew something needed to change. Because if it didn't, not only was I going to perpetuate cycles of generational trauma and addiction for my kids, if I was successful in taking my own life, I would make it worse. Depression, both lingering and postpartum, trauma response addictions, chronic PTSD, a tangled web of mental health challenges controlled my life. And for years, I lived in the depths of darkness. all while trying to keep up external appearances of having it all together in my very public role as an elected official. But when life is dark, appearances only get you so far. So I found myself face down in a pillow in a rehab facility. While alcohol was the reason I checked in, the real reason I was there was to write the press release to withdraw from my re-election campaign. Either way, it was the turning point in my healing journey I so desperately longed for, and finally my permission to start quitting politics and my need for success. The big changes, the ones on the outside, that's what people see on the surface. With blowing up my career trajectory as I withdrew from my re-election campaign, that's what everybody talked about. But without knowing the real story, without knowing what was happening inside of me and to me, people couldn't know the small quits, the relinquishing of toxic energy, a buildup of self-compassion, all laying a foundation for transformation. I dreamed for years, and I mean years, of saying, I quit. But even after those fateful few weeks in 2019, it would take me 5 more years working in politics before I could release this belief that that identity, that external identity, was who I was. Years of small quits, small releases, saying no to the systems, habits, and beliefs that kept me disconnected from my soul. Without that, I never would have been brave enough to say, I quit, I need help, and then finally leave it all behind. But this talk, it's not just preaching some process. I've literally undergone a massive transformation, morphing from politician to painter, creating the life I want and need through intentional, purposeful, and sometimes seemingly minuscule acts of self-love. We are the artists of our own lives, and where we put our energy is what we create. This isn't just a feel-good thing either. There's science to back this up. According to dozens of studies and mental health experts, compassion for yourself activates the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for greater emotional control. It also releases dopamine, which makes you feel better. At the same time, it decreases the activity in the amygdala, which then reduces the emotions of fear and anxiety. So it literally makes you feel better and creates a space in your brain open to healing. But it comes through a repetition of self-love acts over time. And while there have been many aspects to my outward transformation, there are 5 key releases that have allowed me to open myself to more self-love, a deeper spiritual practice, and ultimately, that transformative healing. The first release, quit the manufactured disconnection. In Dr. Joanne Hari's book, Lost Connection, she says, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection. In the US, everything is designed to make our lives easier, right? You can get everything you need delivered to your door in a brown box: food, clothing, art supplies. You can go to school or work online. You can create your life where interaction with the outside world is virtually intangible. Then add to that the busyness of our existence. One more meeting, one more extracurricular, one more accomplishment. And heck, AI does our critical thinking now. Have we missed the whole point? Early in 2025, my family lived in a small Mexican village for a time, and I became overtly aware of how much the manufactured disconnection gripped my life. Saint Teresa of Avila, a 16th century mystic, said, God is among the pots and pans. And I found this to be true as I walked from the vegetable stand to the chicken shop, to the bakery, to the tortilleria. Every step, a connection to the presence of my own life. Every step, a prayer. Not just to the food, but to the people I interacted with. These small connections fueled and fired my soul. I felt my cells healing. In our need to make things easier, fit more in, are we better off? Are we happier? Your fridge and your calendar are full, but are your spirit and soul longing for something more? Where can you find more joy in the basic aspects of living? Second release, quit people pleasing. Set boundaries. It's not selfish, it's powerful. People pleasing comes from two areas. One, the need to be liked and not disappoint. And two, what the external world tells us about our value. This is also where our ego can kick in. My ego told me I had to do politics because of the importance and stature, and it was how I was going to change the world. It also had me question, if I wasn't there, who would do the work? But the reality is, the work goes on one way or another. The real question is, will you? Quitting, saying no, it's not an act of weakness. It's a creative act of reinvention. Third release, quit fear-mongering. Have you ever noticed how fear can talk you out of almost anything, especially fear of the unknown? If I quit my re-election campaign, what would I do? If I relinquished an identity I'd held onto for 25 years, who would I be? We stay in places of comfort, even if we're miserable, because it's what we know. But what if instead you made friends with fear? Having a conversation with her. Maybe bring your muse in as well. When I started having a dialogue with fear, instead of listening to her as absolute truth, everything changed. Fourth release, quit being so hard on yourself. Give yourself grace. We are constantly told we are broken, there is something wrong with us. We don't honor pain or emotions or experience at face value. So when we feel perfectly normal human experiences, we think something's wrong with us, and our inner critic kicks in. I used to say when I was in politics, no one, and I mean no one, could run a better negative campaign against me than the one in my head. Driven by this idea of perfection, when inevitable failures came, I drank to fill the void. But as I relinquished this idea that I had something to prove and leaned into grace, everything changed, and it amplified the power of healing. Start small, noticing when your brain brings up those cringe moments of life, and I have those. And instead of leaning into shame and guilt, lean into grace. Wrap those memories with love. We are all just doing the best we can. And finally, the fifth release, quit playing the victim. I know, this is where it gets real, that personal responsibility thing. Whew. When I create healing experiences for people, I tell them, I create the container. What you do with it, it's up to you. You can't outsource healing. ChatGPT can't help you with this one. Because no one can decide that that's your last drink. No one can decide to quit the job that's eating you alive. No one can decide to set boundaries for toxic relationships. And no one can decide to forgive yourself and others but you. You control your destiny. As humans, we are designed to go through hard things and then heal. The hard, that's inevitable. The healing, that's your choice. Start small, waking up every day with the mantra, today I choose healing. Author and thought leader Brad Stulberg calls this tragic optimism. The belief and the recognition that life is hard, but we can choose optimism and healing anyway. These 5 areas have been crucial and critical to my transformation, but it's come through small, intentional acts over time. Being brave, quitting a life that doesn't serve you, It's not an easy journey. When we look to national and global leaders, so much of the messaging is about staying the course, as quitting is seen as failure. Money and textbook success are what define our worth. But I have come to find that is not true. Seeing people like Simone Biles step back from the greatest stages of competition to focus on her mental health, or Yvon Chouinard, the founder of Patagonia, relinquishing his billionaire status, putting his company in a trust focused on healing the earth. These are people that understand the power of healing, and they're redefining what success looks like. We all get that opportunity. For me, success now looks like a life with a regulated nervous system. Whew, thank goodness. A whole lot less guilt, fewer toxic addictions, a deep spiritual practice, and fulfilling my desire to change the world simply because I changed my own. I came to understand that I could not impact the collective trauma if I didn't heal my own trauma first. From there, then I could empower others. I would call that a little act that leads to a big impact. As can you imagine a world of healed humans? Healing, it's a lot like the Fibonacci sequence. It starts out slow, but you hit that turning point and it comes faster with greater potency. Little by little, poco a poco, you shift the energy from a space where you're barely surviving, or like me, you end up face down in a pillow in a rehab facility, to a place where you can ride the beautiful flow and feel the amazingness that life is. When we are brave enough to take small releases to activate the power of big healing, it unlocks a door to a life you only dreamed possible.
In coaching Leah through that talk, there were so many times where I was like, I think I need to delete Instagram and Facebook, and I need to quit my job and move to Mexico, and I want to walk to that little tortilla. And yeah, thank you so much, Leah. All right, we have one speaker left. We're moving quick here. Just as a quick reminder, we are going to listen to our final speaker, then we're going to have a quick break where we're going to serve you up some cake, get you all sugared up. You'll have a chance to go upstairs, grab some food if you'd like, grab more drinks from the bar. Try the red dot. I was telling people before I tried it, I'm not a gin guy. I think I'm a gin guy after I tried the red dot. So, but also there is a non-alcoholic version as well. I haven't tried that, but I think it's like a Shirley Temple Mickey, right? Shirley Temple-ish with a strawberry twist. Yeah. So give those a try. Help us support the incredible team here at Axe in the Oak, and Jody and his team, and the space they've given us for tonight. So with that, our final speaker is Ken Jure. Ken is going to walk us through, again, little acts of kindness to create a helping high. He's going to explain what that is. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Red Dot, Ken Jure.
November 6th, 2024. It's a day I won't soon forget. It was the day after the United States presidential election. I woke up, I was anxious, turned on the TV, opened the newspaper, and the result was not anything that I had wanted, or hoped for, or expected. And almost immediately I had this knot in my stomach, this feeling of anger, frustration, fear. I just had no idea what I could do about that. And over the next weeks and months, it didn't get any better. In fact, it only got worse. It was a horrible, horrible feeling that I had in my stomach. I knew I needed to do something. I knew that that wasn't a way that I could live for the next 4 years. It just wasn't going to be healthy for me. But I really didn't know what. But as often happens in my life, when I have an intention or a need, I try to pay attention to things that come by my horizon and see if I can bring them in to help. And sure enough, something did. Someone told me to read the book Infectious Generosity, which was written by Chris Anderson, happens to be the person that runs TED Talks. And I read that book. I read the stories of people in our country and around the world that were doing such wonderful things, such great acts of kindness. Some of them are huge. Some of them are really small. And reading that book, I realized that's for me. That could be my antidote. That could help me get over this feeling. But I really didn't know where to start. In fact, I think I needed to start reshaping my own life and my own behaviors. Because see, I was trained as a trial lawyer. And if you've ever been to law school or know anything about it, there aren't any classes about how to be a kind lawyer. That's just not one of those things. At least maybe I missed the class, I don't know. But I was aggressive. I was an advocate for my client, a zealot advocate for my client. I also realized that perhaps in my life I did a number of projects. And during those projects, as I reflected back on them, I think I was more focused on getting the job done. I wasn't as focused on the relationships and the kindness piece. So I really needed to take a look at where should I start. So one day I had an experience. I go fishing 3 days a week, almost all year. I love to fish. And so I'm on the river, and I'm not catching any fish. Wasn't very nice. And I look down, there's a guy below me, and he was catching a lot of fish. So I'm going to move to another spot, and I walk down behind him, and I ask him, what are you using? And he told me, an RS2 and a pheasant tail. Great. Then he said something to me that was terribly surprising. He said, why don't you come in and take this spot? If you know anything about fishing, you'll know that that's not the norm. Most people protect their spots. And this guy, why don't you take that spot? And I did. I caught a fish, and I was happy. What it made me realize, though, it was just a mindset. I didn't have to have that mindset of protectiveness. I could change that mindset. It wasn't that difficult. I had to practice it, but I'm getting better. I also had an experience this spring in Albania. We were there with some friends, and we're having breakfast, and we see these toothpicks, and they have hearts on them, red hearts. So I'm fiddling with the toothpick, and the red hearts come off. So I leave breakfast with 6 hearts in my pocket. And I say to my friend, let's give these away and see what happens. And we did. So we're walking down the street, and we see a gentleman sitting in a box. I don't think it was a homeless guy, but it was an older guy, didn't look very happy. And we said good morning in Albanian to him. And I handed him the red heart. And he looked at me like, what are you doing? Pretty crazy. And I understand that. And I opened the heart and gave it to him, and he smiled. And we did that half a dozen times. And every time, somebody smiled. What I realized that was easy. That's such a small act, and you can generate that kind of reaction from people who you didn't speak the language with. But all I had to do was to be kind, to show that I cared. And it made a difference. Now, I wanted to dig a little deeper into this concept, and there's a lot of research about kindness. And so there's actually a number of universities in the country and around the world, Emory University, University of British Columbia, that have done a lot of research on something called the helping high. I hadn't heard anything about this. And the helping high is a neurochemical reaction that your body has when you do act of kindness. Your body creates dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. These are all neurochemicals that produce uplifting, positive emotional reactions. I had no clue. I did know about something called the runner's high. I was a competitive athlete for 30 years. I did triathlons, adventure races, marathons, 12 Pikes Peak ascents. I was always training for something. And so I think I had that feeling for a good portion of my life, and it was great. But now that I'm over 70, I don't do those competitions anymore. But I still have the need and the desire for those feelings. And boy, was I surprised that you could get those feelings from the helping high. It was wonderful. It was a great discovery and something that I know I will take with me for the rest of my life. Now, I have an adage that, generally speaking, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, do it together. So I like to generally do things together. I also believe in the saying, think globally and act locally. And that's what I've tried to do in my life. I live in a small community of Manitou Springs, small community, about 5,000 people. And we're nestled at the foot of Pikes Peak. We happen to have bubbling mineral springs that come up from the ground. And the history of our community is such that the Ute Indians and other tribes would come to our valley and lay down their arms in peace and healing. So we have a place that this work could be done. It's a great breeding ground for that kind of experiment, if you will. And I knew I needed to find some others to do that work with. I happen to have a few connections there. I'm the former mayor of Manitou Springs, and I currently run the Manitou Springs Community Foundation. So I went to the board and I said, I've read this book. I think it's really a good idea. I'd like to be involved. I'd like our group to lead it. And they said, great. And they allocated $10,000 to do this work. And so one of the first things we did, though, is we got our community together. We had about 45 people show up on a Saturday morning for a World Cafe process, where we talked about acts of kindness that they've experienced and how we could expand this in our community. We came up with about 200 ideas. We put it through the Infectious Generosity AI program, and it summarized it for us and came up with 6 themes and a bunch of projects and initiatives. And we were off. One of the first things we did is we went to our city leaders and we asked them to pass a proclamation in support of the Infectious Generosity movement, and they did. One of the next things we did is we included in our Manny Awards, we have an annual gathering of community members where we give awards. And this year we included the first Beacon of Generosity Award. And I was honored to give that to our Kiwanis Club, who've been doing good work in our community for over 100 years. It was a wonderful, warm feeling for me to be able to recognize these people. We also did a pay it forward experience, where we gave $100 to 5 different people. And the only thing we asked is, try to make an impact on yourself or others, and let us know what happened. And we heard from a 16-year-old boy who gave his money to the food pantry. And although he's lived in Manitou Springs almost his whole life, he wrote that this experience gave him so much more of a better connection to his community, a sense of belonging, that it was absolutely wonderful. We also had a 90-year-old gentleman who decided to give his money to someone who was standing on the street asking for money. Rather than pass it out through his window, his car window, he stopped, he got out, and he talked to the gentleman. He listened to his story, and he reported that it was an absolutely wonderful experience. One of the best things you can do, the most significant acts of kindness you can do for people, is simply to listen. And you can do that any place, anytime, and it's totally free. So we've been doing a number of these different experiences in Manitou. We're about to gather the community together to do kindness rock painting. We're hoping we're going to put up some banners on our streets that say, be kind. And we're hoping then we can get our folks together just on a regular basis just to build community. What I have found for myself, it has been totally transformational. It has taken my anger and my fear and transformed it into hope and joy. Now, I can't say it's 100% all the time, but I'm determined to work at it. It is really fun to work at this concept. It really is. So it's something that I found that it works for me, it has worked for me, it'll be a lifelong pursuit. But where are you? Are you still having those feelings from the election? Or are you just fine with that? Either way, would you like to be happier? There's even some research out there from the Power of Kind research that said if you do regular acts of kindness, you can increase your happiness by 40%. Who knew? Such a simple concept can make such a big difference. So I encourage you to think small with little acts for yourself first, and maybe branch out to your family, to your friends. If you want to be a little more courageous, gather your community members together and build community through this concept. It really, absolutely can work. And I would love for you to join me. But I'm going to leave you with one thought, something my mom told me very often. Don't put off for tomorrow what you can do today. Thank you.
Great job, sir. Great job. You see why we picked these folks, right? Amazing, amazing talks. Thank you so much. It is our break time. So right through those doors, I saw them setting up the cake. So you can go ahead, stand up, get some air. We're going to open these up so it gets some flow in here. Go enjoy some cakes, some food, some drinks, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. and live stream. Live stream. We have live stream going? Okay. All right, everyone, we are going to get started with our Q&A so we can get to the rest of the after party. If you can please walk in and grab a seat and end your conversations. Let's see if this works. No, it did not. Don't make me use my dad voice on you here. Come on now. All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks. We are going to have a microphone that is going to be run throughout the audience if you have a question for any one of our speakers. We're not going to do this for very long. We're going to go 10, maybe 12 minutes and just answer a few quick questions that you might have from the audience. I'm going to kick us off, though, because I am the MC and I get to do whatever I want up here. So I just want each of the speakers to very briefly explain or go into detail about why you wanted to do this tonight. Why the heck did you want to stand on this red dot and share the message that you did? So we'll go in order of speaker, starting with Lisa.
Well, it was such an honor and a privilege to get to be on the red dot. And for me, I've gotten to share my story in different places, but my passion was to actually share my story and have it make an impact. And so this gave me that opportunity to do that, especially as we developed the script and went through that. And the CON acronym was super fun to develop, and to actually have all the pieces to support it, that I'm living it, was super inspiring.
Thank you. Leah.
So many reasons. No, well, I mean, I've wanted to do a TED Talk ever since I knew it was a thing. So, but this year specifically, having fully completed the transformation, at the end of 2024, I quit politics, relinquished my partnership in a consulting firm, and didn't renew any contracts, and said, I'm doing this artist, teacher, author thing full time, and here I go. And so it really seemed like this was the year to amplify that story. And I also have always felt that, to those who are given much, much is expected. And I had, a great support system who got me through all of the things that I got through, and to share this story and empower others to know that, addiction is not the end, that you can reinvent yourself and become something new and better and brighter and more joyful. And so, yeah.
Awesome. And that is one of Leah's paintings over there to the right of our speakers. So this is, I like that better than politics. Ken, how about yourself, sir?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I met Mickey a couple of years ago, I think, and we talked about TEDx. And I thought I had the idea that maybe I wanted to do it, but I thought it was kind of out of reach. I didn't think that was something, I didn't really know I had a topic or anything to talk about that anybody be interested in. And so then when this opportunity came across my horizon, it was someone that recommended it to me. And I went to listen and hear what it was all about and meet some really inspiring people. I said, why not? So this is a lot more energetic crowd than the last time and only time I presented the concept was to the local Kiwanis Club. And this is a much, much more lively crowd. So thank you.
All right, questions from the audience. Do we have any? Anything you want to ask of our speakers? All right. Do we have the microphone?
It's this microphone.
Oh, it is that microphone. Okay. Literally, it's that one.
I have to, come on up here. We're gonna be like,
He's got a loud voice.
Thank you so much for sharing your stories. It was really wonderful. Just real quick, any book or podcast or any kind of reference material that supported your presentations tonight that you may recommend just for each of you?
Yeah, mine is the Infectious Generosity book. Would highly recommend that. I'm giving them away. If I had some tonight, I'd be glad to give some away, but that really was the inspiration for me. Yeah.
I quoted him in my talk, but Brad Stolberg, I said I've never fangirled on anyone, but I totally fangirl on him. He is amazing. He wrote the book Master of Change, and it is just phenomenal. So that would be one for sure.
And mine would probably be, I had a coach through Tony Robbins, and big Tony Robbins fan. One of the things that's always stuck with me, and it was in my original script, was the secret to living is giving. And so that really supported the micro gift concept. And so that's a big thing I live by is, you know, the secret to living is giving.
And gosh dang it, you had a speaker coach that took that out.
Only because I have 3 endings.
Before the next question, hasn't one of you written a book though? Oh wait, tell us about that real quick, and then we'll go to your question. She's so casual about it.
Yeah. And there's copies over there too. Weird. How did that happen?
How'd
Nikki?
that box get there?
Yes, I did write a book here. Well, since now I'm not. Yeah, in the box right there. Oh, not that one. That's the one someone gave me. That was amazing.
That's what Jack from Fort Collins was handing out Love Does.
Yeah, so I published my first book in 2022 called Finding Fantastic Joy. It's actually a lot of the story I shared today. It's talking about building a self-advocacy campaign to get out of darkness, and so it shares my story of trauma and recovery and finding a place where, you know, joy is, to me, something that is an experience that's living all of life. You know, happiness is fleeting, but joy is feeling all of the emotions and knowing that, to Brad Stolberg again, tragic optimism. Even though life is hard, we can choose optimism and healing anyway. So.
Yes. All right.
My question comes in 3 parts. 2 of them are an answer. 1, round of applause. Absolutely incredible. To take this stage, phenomenal. 2, I can't believe I'm getting a free book out of asking an open-ended question, which is specifically this. Through this process, there was a lot of diving deep and unpacking of personal experiences and stories that you have. We'd like to know, what was it like to relive those experiences and then package them into a form of a story that you then gave as a gift upon all of us? Like, what was that emotional journey for you like as you were preparing this while reliving this in order to share this?
Love that question.
So for me, it's an interesting question, because I had originally written my script, and when I say it and when I share my story, I smile because I'm so happy to be on the other side of my story. But that doesn't come across well because a lot of times people think I'm not remorseful or that I got away with it, and I didn't get away with it. There's still a lot of consequences and things I deal with from that. But one of the things that in this process was having to actually feel it and go back into my story, and it was one of the harder things I had to do, was actually connect with each piece of it. And so it was a challenge, but it was actually, there was another level of healing that I went through, and then getting to share it here was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, having written the book, so I wrote the story and shared it in that way in 2022. And I mean, in some ways that was certainly reclaiming my story and giving it back to me. But when you share it in a speech, it's a totally different emotion for sure. And so as I wrote this and practice, it certainly brought up things in this space of, wow, am I gonna really share this with the world like that again? And so, yeah, it's, you know, but just like I said, also making friends with fear. You gotta be, you know, it was terrifying, but also so rewarding, and it's important. It's an important story, so.
You know, I think for me, this really was, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but an affirmation of the transformation that I think I've been going through over the last 12 years since I retired. I've been retired now about 12 or 13 years. And it took me a while. I think I still had those same behaviors as a lawyer that I carried on in my personal life. And this really was, I think, the concluding, not concluding, because I don't think I don't think I'll ever stop. But it was really just the affirmation that I could change, that I want to change, I will change, and now I know how to do it. And it was really powerful. So I'm grateful for being able to do it. Thank you.
Go ahead, down here in front.
I'm just curious, after hearing each of you kind of share your testimony through things, how do you know when the story is ready?
That can be a bit of a challenge, right? Like, I actually wrote my book 2 years ago, and I'm still in edits because I keep changing it because my story keeps changing. And so I don't know. You just kind of had to pick a point. Like, my script was being edited up until Monday because there was always pieces, and I was like, oh, I could put that in or to put that, or it's. So finding that point, our stories will always be going. I think it's whatever we're trying to convey at that point and what part of our story. For me, that's what would fit that.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I wanted to do a TED Talk forever since I knew it was a thing. But this year it was the year. Like, I never applied really. I think I applied one time, like a couple years ago, to like one. But I'd never like made the effort intentional effort to make it a reality in my life until this year. And so it was more an intuition thing. Like, this is it. This is the time. Now is the time to share the story.
So for me, I think the story was ready when I could feel the emotion of it. I think then it was ready. And in the last couple days, I've really focused on that. What was the emotion? What is the emotion that I felt then and that I feel now? And once I could do that, I think then the story was ready.
Got a couple in the back here.
You spill everything.
I don't think this cord's gonna reach all the way, so here you go.
For sharing your stories. I know it can be hard to condense your story into 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Are there pieces of your story that you didn't get to share that you think would be beneficial for us to know now, that you have a little extra time?
I do. There's something I left out, very simple. And it's a Chinese proverb that I really liked, and I just forgot it. But the Chinese proverb is something: if you want to be happy for an hour, take a nap. For a day, go fishing. Resonated with me. For a month, take a vacation. For a lifetime, help someone else. I want to sign up for all four.
Yeah, I think a big part of my story that wasn't part of the talk was my spiritual journey, and that's been a really, really critical and important part of it. I've done a lot of work with the Divine Feminine in Mexico, and now I lead retreats there and have for a couple years. And so, but that transformation, so much of my transformation was rooted in the connection to this idea that I found a higher power, that I found a connection to something outside of myself. And so that's like another TED Talk.
As she looks at me.
Kind of like Leah, for me, a big part of my story that I didn't get to share in this talk is mine is a big God story, because I wouldn't be here if it was, and I spoke a lot about the grace from the judge, but the grace from God, just not being in prison for the next 12 years of my life, and just everything that he's done for me. If you were to see a picture of my mugshot to where I am today, it's a total transformation, but that transformation started from the inside out, and it was when I went through healing through a ministry here in town. And after that, my whole life just really started to transform and change. And so that is a big part of my story. And it's like, it's always, I have people comment and they'll say, but God. And that is, yeah, but God. That's why I'm here.
What ministry was it?
It was a local ministry here in town. I won't mention the name because I used to work for them, but yeah.
Jack, did you have a question? Jack of Fort Collins.
It's like Jesus of Nazareth. You two just took the air out of my question, so I'll stick it to you. I'll stick it to you. And just a response about you felt the emotion. Somebody once told me, he said, "Take what makes you cry, and do that." Right? If you need something to go after here, but this is
not very easy at crying. That's a hard thing.
Yeah.
Easier said than done.
Yeah. So this had all fit very well into a humanist kind of venue, right? All your stories. And so what I wanted to ask, is there something to your story that's beyond a humanist, like a higher power or just a spiritual something outside of yourself? So you mentioned the feminine, divine. You mentioned God. No.
I will tell you my spirituality. My spirituality comes from nature. And I spend a lot of my time in nature, both on the river, skiing, and in our home. And so that's where I think I draw my inspiration from, is the natural settings around me.
Well, okay.
So we hear a lot from people that we've selected to give TEDx talks that along the journey they feel a lot of imposter syndrome. Did you guys feel that? And how did you work through it? What was your process to say, I deserve to stand on this red dot? Because I think there's probably a lot of people in the audience that have some ideas and they're about ready to apply for talks. So what advice would you give them to work through that imposter syndrome? No pressure, yeah.
I mean, I constantly fight imposter syndrome in everything I do. When I published the book, it was, why does my story matter? I mean, who cares about my story? And right? Well, thank you. And it comes up all the time. Like, who am I? Who am I to empower someone to find their voice, to find healing, to do all that? And I guess what it comes down to for me and my message is, I only know that I'm a healer because I healed myself. And I know I did that. And I can't speak for anyone else's experience, but I can share my experience. And if that changes one person's life, that they change something in their life to make it just a little bit better, then that's worth it.
That's a funny question. I actually asked my counselors a while back, I'm like, what is imposter syndrome? I was like, I don't know if I have imposter syndrome. They go, Lisa, you don't have imposter syndrome. You think you can do anything, and you do anything. And it's true. And I was like, whenever I set my mind to something, like this TEDx, to be up here was actually on my prayer board for 2024. And that was when the process started. So I would say, if anything, one of the best advices I got from a coach was launch and adjust. If you get an opportunity to do it, go do it. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? You get up here, you do it, and you learn from it. So.
I don't think I have a very good answer for that, because I think in my case, the story really wasn't about me, it was about the message. And so I wasn't doing anything particularly special or anything. I was just conveying the message that I've internalized over the last 6 months or so, and conveying that message and being hopeful that others will gravitate to that as well. So.
We did.
One more question. Who wants the last shot? And there is an after party, so you can still ask questions if you want.
The really cool thing about each of the themes that you shared was that the advice is, on its surface, pretty simple. So why is it so damn hard?
It isn't. creating a mindset isn't hard if you have the intention to do that. But it's hard to create the intention. So it's not hard to do the act, but figure out how you can create, or I had to figure out for myself how I could create that intention, and then I just keep my eye out for where I can make that happen. So I don't think it's that hard once you have that intention.
I'm just thinking about how hard it was. And, you know, at some point, like I said, like, you just have to decide. Like, no one can make those decisions for you. You just have to decide what you want. And that's hard. And it's not easy, but we do all get the luxury of having that choice. And so I have so much gratitude for that, and gratitude for the choices I've made and the support that I had to get there. But you gotta find it in yourself, and it's there. It's there. You just gotta believe it. So.
And I think for me, when I came up with Con, and as I was developing the talk, I realized I am where I am because a lot of people, in a sense, conned me. A lot of people championed me, offered grace, and nurtured all of my steps to get here. I mean, it took a team for me to get on this stage. From rehearsing it, writing the script, everything I'm getting here, it took all those steps. And it's funny, after I wrote and have been practicing the speech, it's really hard to practice Con. I run it, my biggest struggle was offering grace for a mistake. I'm like, oh, I was like, I'm great with championing and nurture, but offering grace, I was like, that one is one that I struggle with, but I'm getting better at it, so.
I think that was the last question, but I just wanted to offer my gratitude for Michael and Mickey and Adam for the TEDx Manitou Springs team for putting this together. So thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate it. Go enjoy the rest of the time here in this space, and we hope to see you at the next TEDx Manitou Springs event, which is coming right around the corner, so stay tuned. Thank you, everyone.
Standing in the cold, it's more than physical. I don't wanna let you go.